So I tried to get through the entire trial last time, and I ended up in a schedule problem, and I couldn't get through the entire thing in one recording. So I'm back trying to finish this off. Now, at the beginning of last recording, my guess of who did it was first choice, the Shakespearean actor guy. And really, if you go beyond first choice, that doesn't mean anything. It means, if he wasn't the person who did it, you're wrong. um, but I'm still wondering why that scene happened. Why we were momentarily interrupted by this verbal brawl between two people. One of the two seeming like he would in the future be very story important, and that person not coming up again. It's still very weird to me. However, here halfway through the trial, he's nowhere in sight. No evidence that would point to any other person besides Eggs Benedict being there exists. And it just seems like it's just going to turn out being Eggs Benedict, and that's just going to be the end of it. Somewhat of a lame outcome, but that's what I would guess at this point. If I were to make a new guess, what's going to happen? Is it just going to be Eggs Benedict? Try to do better than last time. I think when you hit the break, it refreshes your health, so this is like a whole starting fresh here. Ah, Gina, how are you holding up? What do you expect her to do? Just, crumble into, pieces and you have to reassemble her? I'm starting to feel quite warmly toward her frequent cold shoulders now. Guinea! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? Because there's nothing to say. Duh. What's the point, eh? Why go all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Because that's how this works. Well, you saw it, that picture. Oh, what picture? Ah, you mean this, the photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Well, I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you've got a nav or doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. Humph. Guinea, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Alright then. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? When we had all had chap up in your office, didn't we? Had a chat, okay. Yes, I remember. Gonna flashback me. Oh, after that I just couldn't get to sleep. So I slipped out and went down the street to the 2-to-1. To Windibank's place, I had to know. If Iris's story was there or not, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Oh, switched to Rhinosuke there. I do know what it's about or nothing. But if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like. Something what I don't want people reading. Something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in lug with Windibanks for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. So you broke into Windibanks? I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick, and that's when... What do you think you're doing? I nearly died, I did. And next thing I knew... I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. Ah, you're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. The mantle script. Have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? Hound of the something or other? It's here, I want to see it. If it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. I don't want it. What would I do with it anyways? I just want to see if it's here, or that's all. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Oh, very well then. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door and we both went inside. And it was there alright, the mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. You did all that just to check for me, Guinea. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick-up out in the main bit of the shop. The Skulker brothers arriving on the scene, yes? What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, if there's some burglars convention here tonight, then I don't know what about. I don't know about. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go and take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? Oh well, I'll come with you. Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. And with that, he took the gun out of my hands and walked back out into the shop. I hung back from the storeroom, like he said, straining my ears in the dark to hear what was going on. It sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... I heard a couple of shots go off. 2, I think. Almost at the same time. And then there was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. Now, probably if we were to look back on when Ryunosuke ran in there probably is 3 shots. Let's see here. No, Ryunosuke wouldn't be there yet, so never mind. I don't know what I was thinking. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever had shot Mr. Windibank might come for you. So this is locked. So this is locked room after the murder by another person being there, or making it kind of a not so locked roomy thing. Okay. Yeah, so I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew... Windibank was a goner. I felt funny in Ned all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out, Ganna. If I hadn't done what I'd done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All they said was if I kept telling lies, that'd make things even worse for me. It'll be alright, Guinea, don't worry. Just stay strong a little longer. Bruno's about to put the real culprit through the mill. That cove, what was there in the afternoon? That Eggert Benedict? I still remember how he looked at me, like I was nothing. and was there that night. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced that he's involved somehow. And who we might face at first may not be the real Edgar, but like the real person, but a lookalike. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Guinea. I appreciate your honesty. And that's just because we found really something was weird when one of the jurors happened and claimed to know claimed to know someone who looked like him. Which has an indication that we might get like a fox Edgar Benedict. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Guinea. Even though I'm probably going to do all the work. Mr. Naru Odo. Yes? How come you trust me? I don't get it. I mean, have you forgotten what happened there before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with them, even though I was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Oh, I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you that I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan. So was Phoenix Wright, actually. I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I'm sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me, and was prepared to defend me. My best friend. Ryanosuke. No one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me and I'll do the rest. I was so happy I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me I couldn't help thinking, surely he doesn't really believe in me. Not completely. But I was wrong. As soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute unwavering belief in me. And in turn, I developed an absolute unwavering belief in him. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver, and a no-good liar. You're not like McGilded, I know that. Eh? That's right, you're a friend, Guinea. It's like, we're not defending Satan or anything. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. Yes, that's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naru Odo, Defendant Jean Lestrade and her legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Please head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Now you gotta pay attention and see if this is the right guy. Unfortunately, Ryanosuke is probably not going to notice, which is going to be very frustrating. Might get some terrible dramatic irony, which is very frustrating. I've been both a defendant and a defending attorney in my time, and sometimes at the same time. So I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. This is it at last, the final chapter, the final battle. Until the next game, wish me luck, Susato. Not for me, it's just like, not for me, it isn't. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Okay. So something kind of goofy about this. It's actually the 17th of April in real life. It happens to be Easter Sunday as well. So it's Easter Sunday, the 17th of April, 2022 is the recording date. To date the video. It's later than 1:41 p.m. though. Heh 17th. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zykes, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's precis of the case, heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoena witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. Oh, it's the real guy. Okay. Well then. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige. Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London Central Communications Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about. You're apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume. Yes, I was. Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation, indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Honor to oblige, you say? Very well. Without further delay, the court will bear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. After, like, T-posing and things. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. So, you deny the accusation completely, do you? I must say, I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by the self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Well, If you diss the jurors, that's a good way to get smashed. By golly. How long am I expected to be detained here? If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you'll be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryanosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon, Enchante. So, I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I am not holding your flashy hat while we do. We're not submitting the hat to the court record? Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Hold it! Yes, we even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at the time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's going to be evasive, is he? In an effort not to give anything away. This could be tricky. Hold it! This is just a yes. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say. Hold it! You can tell. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? This is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You were able to prove that? You can't prove a negative, dude. Listen carefully, my learned... I almost said that. My learned friend. For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. You're innocent until proven innocent, unless you just happen to be anybody else besides Eggert Benedict. You will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Even if certain parties... Okay. Hold it! Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Shelm's chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different blood samples. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say, great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Like, in a meta sense, too.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? Yeah, what, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had up to here with this. How many times have I gotta tell you? Yes, I know. You're not Big Broof Sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Is it not the case that when Mr. Grayson just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Mr. Graydon, sorry. Would you care to share that thought to the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skull can answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Grayson just spoke? Nothing, honest Scuff, nothing. I was just thinking, if it waves an arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? I already took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him and... Oh, L's bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon. I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expecting to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you allowed a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain? No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I am completely uninvolved in all of this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever! You got him. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windibank's pawnbrokery. My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. Press this last one anyway. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed.
Hold it!
Never had anything to do with it? You forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I'm currently on the lookout for an armchair to furnish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Excuse me!
You have something to add, Inspector? Come again, Sunshine? You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon? Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbroker that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall. At that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article. Well, now... I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly. What? But you must. I'm not going to lie and pretend I remember something that I don't. What's going on here? Greg C. showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windibanks? Yes, of course. Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say. Exactly, which proves that Mr. Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to pursue the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? Well, he just might have instructions from higher up. The chip just regrows. Bite 2. Regrows. Bite 1. Wait, is that a strip of fish, not chips? That's all he's going to say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Bruno? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. Well, at least I managed to prize a little more information from these witnesses' lips. Is that how you use prize? All thanks to the Skulkin brothers. Yes, they were the key to it after all. So he says he had nothing to do with Windibanks. Well, we know that's not true. Perhaps now would be a good time to have a proper look through the court record. Good idea. You never know. A tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Okay, I have to guess the thing to present, which is always a mess. The armband. Probably not the thing to present. The ticket for the box. We don't have a way of linking that to Mr. Grayson. Or Mr. Graydon. It's something that Magnus McGilded pawned, so... And we haven't, again, we haven't linked Graydon to it. Don't know what we're gonna use this for. The blood samples, we can't really... No one really respects these. Again, this is the blood, so... But it's McGilded's blood, though. It's not Graydon's blood. This is the article he's trying to redeem, but we have to show that it was Graydon who was trying to redeem it. And this was pawned by McGilded. Right? Let me examine. Yeah, it's Magnus McGilded's signature. So... Hound of the Baskervilles. Okay. Wait, what? The Hound of the Baskervilles. That's right, I used Daddy's notes to write it. I think it's a great story. I don't know why Hurley's forbidden me to publish it. No, it's strange, isn't it? Perhaps it's a problem with the title. Perhaps Mr. Sholmes is a family friend of someone who has that name or something. Well, it does have quite the same ring to it, but I could change it to the Hound of the Naruhodos. I'm fairly sure that Mr. Sholmes is a friend of someone who has that name too. Basketballs. Don't think that's it, though. Probably not, but it will come in. Probably not this. And this guy's in the works in communications, doesn't he? Oh. Okay, that's gonna be important, but not for this present. Autopsy report. Classic. Nothing to show that Graydon had anything to do with the pawnbroker, though. Graydon has something to do with the pawnbrokers. Okay. The only real option is the music box disc. The problem is that the music box disc is just not a good option. That's the problem.
Objection!
Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of this murder in pawn in Mr. Windibank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that someone was you, of course. Wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. It was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice. There is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah yes, results from abrasions to the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. Show us your thumbs! So while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of a smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. What is the meaning of this? Why can't you just refuse to show your thumb? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Well, Mr. Graydon, it would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It is really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? No, but you just showed you lied. What? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I am quite sure it's nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. There's a note on the disc saying "for McGilded," but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. So he gives up on the thumb thing for some reason. Did I hear you correctly, sir? It's just plot convenience. McGilded, you say, the famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord. Mr. Graydon? Are you saying that Mr. McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Why is he saying this stuff? Order, well, he's kind of stupid. Certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, the disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. Mr. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windibanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windibanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will now commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note on the disc saying, "For McGilded, but the item belongs to me."
Hold it!
Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? Wow, Ryanasuke. As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. Do you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that that was your overcoat. Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet, there is a note on the disc that reads, "For McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met Mr. McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn." Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? No, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's going to expose Gina's perjury. Dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. Redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question.
Hold it!
So you're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right, despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas her kind frequent. Miss Lestrade did no such thing. Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her, that's what brought you to Windibanks. To get your hands on Mr. McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable front of nonsense. Nonsense? I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear? Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. Conjecturing. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. Had you ever been to Windibanks before? Only once, for the purpose of pawning something. But like many, I enjoy browsing at such establishments. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Ah, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police.
Hold it!
And Gregson... Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded as evidence. Now I have to pursue. So is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why earlier did you deny? Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. McGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Sykes? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Sykes here. Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, Let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. I didn't get anything added. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night.
Hold it!
But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items? No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that she broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilden's disc. Why would he do that? The inspector had it. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc. You may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of Mr. McGilden's left in the shop that night. Nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Is this where we present? Do we finally get to present the ticket now? Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Okay. McGilden slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windibanks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearl-white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilden as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. By Gregsy being very strange about all this, there must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay, let's pan over. This is kind of the weird one to present on, but whatever. I guess we'll present it. The box.
Objection!
This disc was deposited at Windibanks on Magnus McGilden's instructions. You knew that, and you were there with the intention of obtaining it yourself.
Objection!
Objection again. In any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbroker again that night. Sorry, my learned friend. But that's not true. What? Mr. McGilden had another article in pawn at Windibanks. As this, second pawnbroker's ticket proves. Ah. There were two articles belonging to Mr. McGilden in Windibanks pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your two accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, one small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbroker with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? After the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point. Indeed. The witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, it could be on record that he was the person who bought it. This Grayson fellow needed a small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zykes? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery. Rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. What? Good gracious. Well, maybe you just didn't get away with it. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? The other camera. The other... Yes, these prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Ah, Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained using the plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windibank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. According to the information on this ticket, McGillet's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's about 11 p.m. on the 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And here we have another print. This one is taken 2 hours after the incident. Why the broad gap? I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Oh, I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Well, put him in the stereoscope. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one impossible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So, your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could have shown that he'd stolen McGillet's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? Oh, yes. Oh, Q. Okay. This is fun. I'm not really commenting much doing this. Okay, I got it. Point out a discrepancy. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy in which you speak. Right there.
Take that!
Granted, these two prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? You view the two pictures stereoscopically, or you just play spot the difference. A single area stands out as being different, the location of this small box. Wait, unbelievable. Ah, Jove, you're right. How extraordinary. What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGillen's small box was indeed not stolen from Windibanks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGillen is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. But the box had contents. That may be true, but... Alright, McGillen's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Changes everything. I believe this changes everything about the case. How could that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windibanks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeitz. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeitz. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Japanese specialty, it would seem. What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilden from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. Monetary value isn't the only reason to steal something, although it is usually usually is the reason. It's not always. Things are not always that simple. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilden perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. That's exactly what he's doing. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. Why would McGilded pawn a small box, though? The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent of the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Or should I pronounce it correctly, demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, what's the matter, Runo? You know that they're related, don't they? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course. You and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Guinea, could it be that Van Sykes knows? That's why he's doing this now, because he anticipated everything. But maybe this could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry, what do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later, the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windibank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. It's the right thing to do here. The thing! You do the thing. My health's not in danger, though. The defense would like to make a proposal. What proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with various articles deposited at Windibanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. I have. Lord Van Sykes, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So, the court will now hear testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. Alright then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please put your faith in me here. Good luck, Runo. The articles that Mr. McGilded has deposited in Windibank's pawnbrokery are immediately related to the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are that. And now we hear my ability to read was just suddenly taken away. And now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. The old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please? What really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all I want to know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But, remember, little girl, if it transpires that you will willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears. So be it. I must confess that I am struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pod articles, an extraordinary case of the omnibus, harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Miss Lestrade, will you now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago? You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out. Like Van Zyke said, this could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Truth is, the Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw the disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord, then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial, It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived his court, in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core, just like don't forget that lawyer from the east. They're all in it together. You're wrong, a lot of ya. Mr. Naruhodo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are you really expecting to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? One operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The lies have to stop. Do you remember that it was I who called Lestrade to the witness stand just now? Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allow the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's Pond articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Blimey, Mr. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Truth is, that brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time.
Hold it!
And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? Despite them being filled with stuff, if I remember rightly, in the storage compartment under one of the seats. Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't say nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what it told me to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know. But I hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was bloomin' loud and all. And I believe you let out an extraordinary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the Cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have been belonging to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then it sat the Cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did you say? What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way it was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then it started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived in that. Asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me, and the pair on the roof deck went off to call the cops.
Hold it!
I don't know why I read that. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. Then they screamed. When they screamed, the driver pulled all the horses and McGildy got me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage comes to a halt, the two coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left Miss McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that, mainly.
Hold it!
The pawn shop obviously being Windibank's on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the accursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zykes. McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up, all careful-like, before handing it over. When I saw do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has got to be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure that this must be worth more than Mr. Windibank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out of the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how, exactly? He told me I'd only be able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yep, that's it. And there was no other thing he said. Which was? Oh, there was one. He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I'll never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for. But really, why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police, it makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. That McGilded had the driver deposited at Windibank's was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, and I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Guinea's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. It's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. Oh, another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they're whispering to each other the entire time? Yes, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Huh. Wait, I thought I already pressed everything. Wait, did I miss a statement? So I tried pressing all of them, and none of them give me like a toggle over. Okay, that's correct. That's correct. That's correct. That's correct. I have to go through this more slowly, I guess, in case
Hold it!
this is annoying. Okay. Okay.
Hold it!
Okay, so there wasn't any. I did all those pressings, and there wasn't any way I could toggle over to Gregson or Grayson. So. That means the only option we have left is to do a present. Which is crazy. So. Which is like, why did Gina say to press on every... Why not Gina? Why did Iris say to press on every statement? I don't know. So he threatened me not to snitch. The box didn't seem to have anything to do with the murder yet, because the box was pawned before the murder. So I don't know how we can get that into here. Like contradict that she threatened. Gina's representation papers don't seem to have anything to do with this, really. Blood samples. That's interesting. This is the ticket she's talking about. Hounding to the Baskervilles doesn't seem useful here. This would seem like the perfect thing to present it at a time like this, but it's so vague it doesn't seem to apply. Government secrets being leaked. Huh. Autopsy on him, not relevant here. Autopsy on him, not relevant. This not relevant. This not relevant. This also not relevant. That not relevant. That relevant. That not relevant. That disc relevant. So the only thing relevant here is the disc. The paper, potentially. And these notes. This. And the blood. That's a lot of things, actually. So, I don't think we can really contradict that he threatened her not to stitch, right? He threatened her not to say anything. I think she's correct on that. That's when McGillis slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. I mean, he did, right? All of a sudden I heard a scream from over me, and a pair on the roof deck went to call the slops. Makes sense. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Okay. Oh, I'm so stuck. Oh. Ooh. Okay, let's go back to the start. The brickmaker was in the omnibus the whole time. We can't contradict that, can we? No, we don't have any way to contradict that. Why did it say to press everything? I pressed everything, it didn't do anything. So confused. If you tell me to press, and I press, and... Okay. Press this again, just in case you have to press them in sequence, but...
Objection!
That was wrong. Okay, lost some health. Okay, so proceeding the pawn ticket, because the problem with the pawn ticket, the reason why I did that is, it has Mr. Mason's blood on it, so, like, he would have to So it could have I've gotten that blood on it after it was pawned. So it's kind of weird that it has Mr. Mason's blood on it. Oh, this is annoying. Found deceased on the last scheduled omnibus today after a stab wound to the abdomen. Three eyewitness testimonies, which would have been, yeah, okay. Surprise fourth witness testimony resulted in acquittal due to insufficient evidence. Not to say nothing.
Objection!
No contradictions. Then how do I press something and make it... Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure we don't present on this, actually. We have to figure out some weird mechanic. Ugh.
Hold it!
You know what? This is probably not the one I want.
Excuse me.
Oh, you're just like, oh. You've been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? You just gotta just pan over to them at some time or other. Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they clearly have been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating. Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, Counsel. I've heard enough. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. Oh, so you just... So, okay. I feel really dumb now. So you just press everything Miss Lestrade says, and then you do a pan over to them and an interrupt. And then that gets you through. You don't have to do any presents or anything. It appeared that on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. I was waiting for, like, the prompt, like that little orange explanation point. I couldn't find it. A negotiation concerning this disc, however, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, Miss McGilda took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilda's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilden was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. I was probably gonna sell it. You can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Mysterious little box, deposited by McGilda 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. Got another health refresh, so I made it through without a game over, yay! But not yet. Yep, right here. And the second one. Yes, overwrite. So this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilden 2 months ago. And on the night of Mr. Windibank's murder. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth, I had an inkling it might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then it is too much to expect. I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. So, here we have the means to play back Mr. McGill's disc deposited at Windibanks as much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGill's disc. It was a disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGillid? I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. It's like, is the credit music going to be like the same as the music box music? Yes, very well. The court will now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with a silly bit of music. The disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no, the piece of evidence is police property now. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. No further delays, please. Play the disc. Is it in backwards? So can we reverse the direction? Well, what on earth? It's definitely Morse code. That's certainly not what I would call music. I don't know how to decipher it though, but we'll have the juror do it. No. It's just the same note played over and over again in an irregular sequence. Ha 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 ha. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Absolutely not. No. I know what this is. Yes, alright, it does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? It could be a clue. No, my health did not recharge. Okay. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but how can it be? It is an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it could have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Grayson stands here chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It is as if Gregson recognizes the sound, if he's familiar with it somehow, and that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my friend, answer me this. Oh. Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? In the defense's belief, the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Look at that. The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. I'm on the right lines here, I must be. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo. The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not. I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is, yet. I'm Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. The music box isn't broken. It must mean that the sound it's producing has some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Revelation from another timeline! Something's just struck me, Runo. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer, which has been taking frustratingly long time to present. The prosecution demands that my learned friend present proof now, and the player of the game demands it likewise. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial, and if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is not the armband, not the box, not the papers, not the blood. Can we do people? Nope. Not the coat. Not the manuscript. Not the case notes. That could be it. Yep.
Take that!
Today's paper council. The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pick-Purse Plunder, hardly supportive of your cause. Ah, no, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down? Mystery Mole. Classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir. Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madame. It bears more of a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. I believe it's called Morse code. But I don't believe it. Now correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be somebody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting that the music box disc contains stolen government secrets in Morse code? Order! Please, everyone, order. But this is way off the wall. This is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. Too much vocabulary. What is this treason, and what is capital punishment? Sorts of words I'd half expect you to know. For a sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word. In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. Because the article left behind by Mr. McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous. Absolutely preposterous. So in response to the defense's accusation, this is like the insider threat thing. Unexplained affluence. So you claim complete innocence, do you? Of course I do. What I was referring to is... Sometimes if you, work with the government or contract to the government, this has nothing to do with, like, newsworthy classified information, any sort of information, like at all. You have to take these pre-canned courses where they tell you if someone gets rich for no reason, that might be evidence that they are doing some sort of espionage. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
By all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies in response to the accusations brought by the defense. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded that the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windibank, that being the most flagrant offense for which the law of this land sanctions as capital punishment. But the heinous act of high treason is no less a serious crime. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. So then, let us proceed. You may... You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork here, Governor. We got things to say. I beg your pardon? Who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin. Occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, and we ain't baddies enough to sell out our mover land. That's right. We're got they call. 3 Skulkin brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing. A mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmakers negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man. Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it. That wasn't a counter. Mr. and Mr. Skulkin. One Mr. Old Do, Governor, what's up? Do I take it that you're going to the crime? That on the night in question you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally. And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here. We did, Gov, we did. Quiet down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these 2 ruffians are referring to. You little broader, getting us mixed up in all this monkey business. You never said nothing about government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. What about the geezers who chopped it was, eh? Poor old bloke didn't have to die, did he? Ah, nice to know who your friends are. Whatever these men say, deny the accusations. Indeed. Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in these proceedings. However, as it was, I will admit it into the court record as evidence. Can I examine it? See how the Fort McGilded just sits in the music box in the music box the man deposited at Windibanks. It couldn't be more perfect. Could be a more perfect fit. I see no question then. The disc was designed to be played in this music box. Yet despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have any meaning. It just doesn't make any sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this music box than meets the eye. Maybe we haven't discovered all its secrets yet. This is the mechanism that turns the bumps on the disc. That turns the bumps on the disc into sound, isn't it? Yes, the movement. It's all thanks to the comb with its teeth that are plucked by the passing bumps. Usually the teeth on the comb are different lengths, so each one produces a different tone. But this comb is very strange. All the teeth are exactly the same length. Well, what does that mean? It means that no matter which tooth is plucked by the passing bumps, the music box will make the same sound. I've never seen a music box like it before. Yes, it is strange, a music box that can only play a single note. It would actually be better if it actually did play different notes, because it would obscure the meaning of it. But no, for some reason someone wasn't smart enough to think of that. Because it's only the rhythm. It's the rhythm that encodes the characters in Morse code, so you can introduce random pitches and it doesn't matter. There has to be some significance to that, surely. Okay. So this is probably what we're going to present. We're going to present this because it's a thing that was just added. Okay.
Hold it!
So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted? How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. General members of the staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something. Stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication stations officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idle. So you had access to equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. In any case, all messages are sent encrypted. Enciphered. I can't read enciphered for some reason. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. They're just Morse code. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with Ministry technicians and the Ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. That's fascinating. Graydon is a highly skilled operator, currently in presence of Idle. Well, your Idle would appreciate if you keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. So he's wrong, but that's probably not what we have here. Besides, the sounds produced by the music box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
They're not? To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch, he looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. A lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of two distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. This is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it is the same and everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparent random sequence of sounds. So your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. Ha 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 ha. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap, but perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter, forecasting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say but stop. Oh, it's frustrating, isn't it? Iris? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it possibly be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Yep, it is. There is still every possibility that this music box was instrumental in the leaking of our government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, two tones are required, dots and dashes. Yes, I'm well aware of that. Then what? Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. You had better present your ideas at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code? Oh, what is this, Runo? I've just noticed something about the music box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. Ah, you're right. Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. Alright then, here goes. Look at that, there's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? Yes, I think so. And it looks like the two movements are linked together. They're linked. So if you had two discs, then they would play back at the same time. Who'd have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? And this movement is like the other one. The comb's teeth are all the same length. So this movement also produces a single tone like the other one. Yes, it must do, except that the length of the teeth on the two combs isn't the same. It's the single tone produced by this movement. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different from the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note. But the notes they produce are different. A music box can only play two tones.
Got it!
Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What? It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. In other words, you can put two discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Good heavens. As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of two tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. This is beyond a joke. I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with a second disc, that would be another matter. Well, I can't at the moment. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. Exactly! I had nothing whatsoever to do with it. Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has some much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue. I mean, it could be you could just use an identical disc, in which case the copy that Herlock Sholmes made would work. The link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere, but I haven't found it yet. Oh dear, it looks like you need to give your argument more strength, Runo. You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon. If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGildy killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artesian quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make much sense, though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed? There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all of this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason, in order to make it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker with an artesian quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together. If you have nothing more to add on that note, let us return to the witness testimony. We'll press the other two first. But that's highly suggestive that we present something there.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean? That's it, yeah. Oh, who else, eh? Silly me thought it was just popping over for a matter after all them years, but the rotter had a dodgy job for us. Hey, Ash. Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours? We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know. Sure, let's say Graydon's an old china.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? Eh? No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What, who, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Oh, I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back then. Together? With Graydon, you mean? Yeah, with Ash, I mean. You look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute, and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. Basically means you wouldn't believe it. But then, when he was younger, he was from poor part of town just like us. Is that so? But it was always a leery one. It had the brains, it had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Gor blimey, ain't that the truth. Remember, Milverton's and Skulkin's milk run. That was a corker, eh? Save it until the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit. Boy, the geezer's asked us a question, didn't he? And you was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong. Nevertheless, the court is now prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please? I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Yes, it is. My lord. Yes, counsel. The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to the case. Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more. A skulkin's never skulkin'. Milverton's and Skulkin's milk run. Gore them were the days.
Hold it!
I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The business model. So how'd your little business work exactly? Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart and deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside the front door, we would leave them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price, all the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were. So did you live on a dairy farm or something? Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocker? We had nothing. We were poor and having a farm. Right? Now what we had going on was simple once you had the idea. We just switch them over, see? Our customers empties with the full ones from anyone who wasn't on our books. Donald, right? I think you meant to say a diddle, and that's a crime. Oh, it's just an armless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public as such a fashion is most certainly not armless, as you put it. Well, it was what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius. You mean Mr. Graydon? Yeah, Ash always had Ed in his book when he was growing up. Said it was gonna get himself an education and get out of the slum we lived in. Poor, we all ragged him about it, didn't we? Cause it was soft in the head and even think it. But look at him now. He's only gone and become a blinking communications officer, ain't he? Communications officer, Mr. Skulkin. Sholmes and Wilson's milk run. No, Iris, don't even think about it. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all of this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Jeannie overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, and the break-in at Windibanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilden. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. Okay. Let's press this again. Business name. So the business was just a little fun. It was just yourselves and Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right. I thought a clever DeClogs like you'd have worked that out. That is... Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection.
I don't... Let me guess. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, this old man was struggling with money so much, his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? Oh. So these guys... So the brick mason, his ex-wife, is Graydon's wife. But Ash will always be Milverton to us. Milverton. So that used to be your surname, did it? Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Grayson since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. or Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things. It could turn out to be extremely important. All of a sudden, okay. Okay. Can't go to people, right? Back. Yeah, we can't get into the court record for people, so I guess I have to do the name. Oh. Mason Milverton. Okay, that's what we present.
Objection!
Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord, and we all know the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Milverton, do you mean to say Saints alive? Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? I don't... People can have the same last name and not be father and son. As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you join the civil service, and it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it onto McGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. That truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Grayson concocted this elaborate scheme by using 2 music box discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windibank's 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had pawned there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police, and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? We never knew nothing about that. On the night after Mr. Windibank was killed, the intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box. As rather ingenious demonstration using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed. So, the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? Of course he does. I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir? There appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? Ah. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windibank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar in the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He has got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tsk. Don't acknowledge my presence here under any circumstances whatsoever. Those are my terms, remember, and I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windibanks that night. I paid this pair 10 Guinness to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholm's waist. The bullet from Mr. Windibank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Grayson in the arm. Indeed, it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windibank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder. Goodness! That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windibank that night is you.
Hold it!
Ha 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 ha. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought ever cross your mind? Did you ever even consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I were there at the scene, I may have witnessed a crucial moment. You see. This makes a key witness in this case. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. What are you suggesting? I saw it all. I saw every moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. What? But, well, you can make something up on the spot, dude. It would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Why would you have done that at the start of the trial, sir? Mr. Graydon? Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. This is so classic. This is exactly what happens at the end of Ace Attorney usually. It's like, the person you pin down suddenly makes up some, like, nonsense at the last minute. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. It's usually pretty easy to hit this one, though. While these ruffians are jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Mindebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood splatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. Oh, good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Your claim, sir, under oath. You claim, sir, under oath, but you have to remember, Judge, you had nothing left to lose. To have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. This is like a last ditch. Like, doesn't matter that he's under oath at this point. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. I mean, that's correct. The self-preservation part. The truth, until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood splattered over the accused's coat. Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocketed girl was wearing at the time. Really? Oh, we just do the blood thing. If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's a true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique was already been deployed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission, we could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Guinea's coat. If they test it with their chemicals. Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Guinea. I'm going to shoot. That's not Mr. Windebank's blood. That's stained from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. Overruled. Lord Van Zykes, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Of course, my lord. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. So many presses. Mr. Windebank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Ash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we were just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves for forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bro, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. A pair of you setting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov.
Hold it!
You mean, that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize that had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Did Mr. Windibank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he ever noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out the way. And then he scarpered through that door out back. At which point, what did you do?
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height and lets you see what's in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Surprisingly, hasn't gotten brought up until now. What about your burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through the people as well? Did they? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. I doubt those 2 buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windibank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant? Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed straight at the man. And then, what'd you see next? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. We don't know how she got the gun, but whatever.
Hold it!
Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windibank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windibank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. Let's consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. Where would he run to? He was in a locked room. It was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say.
Hold it!
All over her? Yes, to the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, that with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you, the garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. It's not Mr. Windibank's blood, is it? Nope, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilden stabbed him 2 months ago. It's so annoying. If they don't accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't, so unfortunately we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Brother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun to the people onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there, in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistlin' Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You like a bull at the gate, aren't you?
Excuse me.
Gentlemen! Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. Do you realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D's a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What's going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me a whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? Oh, why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it. Or that flaming people in the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rags sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Lord blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling ya, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't likely Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord? Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood. On the accused overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. Well, there you have it. Report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were from the result of a splattering following a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me. See? What did I tell you? No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks. Why on earth did you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, Mr. McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shreds of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bully disgrace, treachery, that's what it is. And how to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help to answer that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Schultz's specially formulated chemicals. Mr. Schultz is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out Pirozki to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom, no weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused coat was splattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Grayson could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord? I made a long battle this one, but my old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman. As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? The jury is so stupid. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
It appears the ladies and gentlemen of this jury have reached a unanimous verdict. More. Drags on and on and on. The drag on is insane. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Even though you yourself, Van Dykes, know for absolute certainty he's making this up. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. Have to wait through this animation. I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is this all unraveling to me so fast? How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Don't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer, you've delivered the report now. What will be all, thank you? It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none others in the human mind. I know that voice. And am I going mad? Mr. Sholmes? What is the meaning of this? Okay, realistically, say you've had a surgery in the abdomen by that no good surgeon who just sliced you open. Like sliced open the perineum. You would not be standing there like that the next day. You would be, like, in bed. Anyway. This is fiction. What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard you were recuperating in hospital. Well, you see, he has this weird sci-fi gene dope that makes him heal instantly. Well, I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you? You're awake at last? Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. What manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. No need. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind to spare us the time? What do you say to this, Lord Van Zykes? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, and mine, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, you don't want to go waste any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense of your 5 minutes. Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Closing change. My dear fellows, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I am all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive, I should pass out. Now let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Oh well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of a sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right, modesty, surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping. A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato? If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. It's just like food. Those are her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe, and she knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are, wont to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you are to be given this small parcel. Those are the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? Is it the book? What is this? Oh, it's the machine I made. Ah. It makes cat doors! Oh! It's gonna happen! Like the entire time. Like we saw those pictures before there was no door, after there was a door. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? She made a cat door. Oh. The flap wasn't there, because she hadn't made it yet. Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, we left Mr. Windibanks in pursuit of the thieves. Now it's gonna take me a whole big, long, annoying time to present this. Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. It is your answer, dear fellow. No, not all that cryptic then. Susato-san used this cat flap mat that night? But why? Your 5 minutes is over. Come on, I gotta start skipping dialogue here. Give me the opportunity. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo? Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? Rest is down to me. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... further cross-examination. Further cross-examination. Jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness. Rather, to continue one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord? Requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. And Mr. Schultz just gets away with impersonating an officer, just like, it doesn't matter. So nobody can say anything then. If Reno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Grayson, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony, and one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence. If following that situation remains unclear, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord? Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell into dead fate. I leave this in your capable hands. Mr. Sholmes. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man is extraordinarily strengthened of mind or an extraordinarily lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? I mean, I know what I'm supposed to do, it's just you have to do, like, the exact right thing on the exact right statement, that's the problem. Like, I know what the argument is supposed to be, I just don't know, like, what the combination is. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of this trial. Well, very well then. Under the terms I have outlined, you may resume the cross-examination. Okay, this is the one I present on, and then we try to show that there wasn't the people, which means we use this image. Let me put a space to make sure. Yeah, there's no people shown in this image. And then there is a people in this image, Right, so I'm going to present the image where there is no people.
Objection.
There's clearly something odd about the last statement made by the witness. There is clearly something odd. What? What? That is terrible. Fine. Okay, I guess I'll present the thing that was just given to me. That a picture showing no people in the door more directly contradicts his statement than the existence of a device that can create a people. Maybe this is wrong too. It's right. What the heck? What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Council? Oh, it's my cat flappomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of, and makes a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to go as they please without their owners having to open them. Are we sure? I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Ah. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine, in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon, a peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windabank had taken place. That's right, according to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. Who else could have witnessed the crime for pity's sake? Or how else could I? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, what kindly say do you mean? Alright, it's time. Time to strike the final blow. What I mean to say is, my lord, my assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No!
Objection!
This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? This is the most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with? Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Grayson's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the peephole in the storeroom door. Yes, that's filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if that's the time of the incident, if at the time of the incident that peephole did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you should claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Order! Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
None whatsoever, and my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly. This is some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Well, haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. And that's why Wagahai was in the lobby at the beginning of the trial. Well, young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make fat flaps in the oak paneling of the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the people in the storeroom door at Windibanks is made by your machine. And there's no way that you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap and mat crate are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windibanks are an exact match. Old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the people cut? The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Sykes? And I said that not to give the judge that character. That was my character! It's very simple, my lord. The device argues, the defense argues that the people was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the people was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Sykes. Well, counsel? Don't give up now, Bruno. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I could do this, but I know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel of the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windibank Storm was created after the event and not before. And now I present it!
Take that!
Grr! Such silly game structure. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel. This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed? And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielding a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But, more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. And let me see that print again. I don't believe it. No, really, this is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, you couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. Ugh. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Order! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony is entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman's tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly... Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zykes. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. But I was there at the scene, it's true. And I was shot in the arm, it's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. I don't believe this. But they're right. It's as it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. Iris, you know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What?
Objection!
This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain the alleged inconsistency. Iris is right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely, the people. That's true, he shouldn't have known about the people. The third gun. Well, he would have known about that because that would have been brought up in the court, so. The bloodstains on the coat. Got it. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood splattered all over her when she shot him. But how could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the people. The point is, not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It is the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Yes, of course, sir. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock and shifts, so we get through it all. And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the people in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the people in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zykes? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There is nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same... Oh, we got him. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that people. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Oh yes, they do, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Grayson claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before this testimony. And in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate this false testimony? This guy.
Take that!
Truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Considering the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station. And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea, no inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the people. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he raised his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. This is a bloomin' outrage! Why would I be giving away details of our investigation to this fellow, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on each other was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand where such illicit discussions could possibly have occurred. Oh, I've just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Guinea was testifying. Oh yes, now that you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilden's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little Toreg, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the people at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The second music box disc. I'm sure I need to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance.
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with the accusations in this Japanese student's specialty. Oh, I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. it is incumbent of the defense now to present evidence to support this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yes. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. Oh no! I have a feeling I know what this is. I must press you for your answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness? We don't have the second music box disc here. I'm just gonna present this and see what happens.
Take that!
Okay, it's definitely wrong. There are it appears the sensor has in no way satiated your appetite. Okay. Yeah, it's wrong. Okay, I tried. I have to save because I'm down to 1 life. Okay. But it wasn't the manuscript, huh? Okay. Well, most Scotland Yard inspectors I know would put nothing above their duty to policing. So we have some evidence that's related to the inspector and his duties, I wonder. I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal the Inspector Gregson made with the witness? Okay. Representation papers. I might have to save scum all of these. So I tried the manuscript, because that's the last thing we haven't used. This next thing to try is this.
Take that!
Okay. I'm not thinking this through, am I? Okay. Ticket box? Nope. Team's response? Nope. Blood? Nope. Pawnbroker's ticket? Nope. Story, case notes, the paper, that's lame. Autopsy report. I guess I'll do my first theory. The other music box
Take
disc.
that!
Oh! Okay, so I did have that in my head. It's not like that was completely random. Like, I did say, right, to the microphone, the second music box disc. But that was the first music box disc. Anyway. Okay, well, you would have thought I would have got it. I got distracted by other things, like the manuscript. I got distracted. Well, I failed again. I had to save and reload again. Phooey. Phooey. I thought I was going to make it through this trial without saving, but I didn't. Besides this murder, it is not true that you've... Is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? Did my keyboard drop out? Yes. Okay. What? What are you getting at now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top secret case is what's alluded to this newspaper article here? Alluded to. The classified secrets leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice. How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered, during the course of this trial, the music box deposited at Windibanks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded in the pair of discs that were in McGilled's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case. You little... Ora! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windibanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is when McGillis down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. Okay. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealings of the government secrets. My orders were, recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume? Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I mean I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized that there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony. There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men.
Objection!
If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because I am Van Zykes, and I can do things too, you know, because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession. He has the second disc actually on his person.
Yes!
The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They could only have struck a deal with each other. Then Guinea was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me, and my profession quite enough. However, If I'll put this matter to bed with dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll aptly submit to a body search. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and my country's government will formally demand of yours that you be severely reprimanded. This sounds serious. Indeed. To have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else. Yes, the defense formally demands the search to be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned. But your typical Japanese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct the search of the inspector's personal effects. The defense demands a search, but not of the Inspector Gregson. What? What's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else. What's the meaning of this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you. He was doing what you all told him to do, and having that courage to have his conviction, so you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction, and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? You don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, to whom do you request the search now? I'm just gonna go for it.
Take that!
My lord of Nash Skulkin. Well, I'll never. Me? Very well then, bailiff. Restrain the witness and conduct thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector. Scotland Yard has to object to this search.
Objection!
Fortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zykes, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out. Ah, here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McKilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Ah, What, Mr. Skulkin, what have you say for yourself? Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. I didn't want to say that. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? To all alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure, but at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, you did, and all thought was noggin was gonna fall out clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as my Ruger I was. Now what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. I just suddenly turned and grabbed me, whistled like that, and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did, and my ear's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved, it was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig, he hid it? You? I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? If this is a court of law, he could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment was some special conditions. Shush, a top secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the Ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So, realizing there is a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Ah, does this mean... He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense. Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, are you prepared to admit the accusations made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how would you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I did, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder? Leaking government secrets? Striking a deal with the detective? All of it is this young Eastern man's fantasy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You what? Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, As a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. That is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leadings. Well, now, as a fellow servant of the Queen and country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Raiden is a highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Detective has very much trusting eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe it. These 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare the decision now, is Guinea going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Here's some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windibank or stole those government secrets. Okay. Because I'm down to 1 piece of health I have to save here, unfortunately. There's some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Well then, counsel. I think it's time I impose on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call the jurors to announce their leanings, Dino will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Armband. This. Dino's representation papers. Don't know how this is gonna matter. Blood samples. I don't know why this is an option. I'm gonna try it because I saved. Oh, okay. Well, So it gives you a hit and then you go, okay. So I don't know why that's an option, but you shouldn't pick it. Okay. Explosive piece of evidence. Okay, let's try some stuff. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Save slot 1. Yes. Is it really this?
Take that!
I'm gonna brute force this. Terrible. Terrible Ace Attorney playing.
Take that!
That's lame. Oh, okay, well, I guess the lame answer is the right one. Is that Mr. McGillicuddy's peculiar music box, Counsel? Yes, with the disc already in place, all ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Counsel. No, wait. I can't let you do that. Why not? Because, well, because it's got nothing to do with this case. That's why. Not true, Inspector. Defense is already proposed. that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box are part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of two distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory. We're crying out loud, Sunshine. We're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge? That in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leak confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare. I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. Excuse me. My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Sykes, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Irk. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen to the music box. Listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time, with the second disc in place, and both discs playing simultaneously. If I knew Morse code, this would help me a lot. Alright, I admit it. Whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you, or did you not, strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Creighton? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop, what are you doing, man? It is all exactly as the young Eastern lawyer said. And the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stands together. That's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up! You there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbroker the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector. With me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge. Not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have been put in the clear. That should have put him in the clear. The people in the storeroom door and the blood stain on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did. But then it turned out that the people had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime, namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windabank. You... Traitor! Hey, Liv! Restrain that man. At once. That's it then. It's all over. Except perjury and stuff, but whatever. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I want to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. And one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. You're a fiend with a quar talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me, little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings, how easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years ago, earlier. Look at you, Ashley. A fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man from the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. Poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, Father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch me my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had to make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, you are taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. First of all, the first of the two discs, and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 Guinness. Then on the receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 Guinness. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded, and not yourself? When I received 1,000 Guinness after my first complete dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, "Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded. That's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. It was only then that I found out what sort of monster McGilded really was, so after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To extract revenge. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear, in the most despicable of ways, to crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now? After he twisted everything in his favor in his courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. Well, that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should have think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's first 2 months ago. The trial 2 months ago, clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs, and the music box, you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 Guinness for you, young man. What's this? Winterbank's pawnbrokery. Oh, it's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem the article I deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name, just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend to watch the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 Guinness if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Raiden? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extraordinarily secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. So on that night when he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, that's when we first met you at Windibanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of McGillet's pawns, that she must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windibanks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGillet's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursions. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that McGillet was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard. We had to keep it quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened to that night in the pawnbrokery? I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGillet on the shelves of the forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man was already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. Unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's it. That's everything that happened at Windibanks on that wretched night. Earlier, you called McGildet a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGildet. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. I agree. However, it would seem that at last you have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He has been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank, and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you are complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you are doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now, the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah. It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir, Garrett of Squadron. Standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the final whistle, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
That's the stuff. I'm off the hook. No, you're not. You're not. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. Well, what are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes you consider, 2 months ago, in my courtroom no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGillen's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGillen's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. And just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Guinea this evening, and turning our attention to the defense, determining that you played together the music box disc containing a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. I mean, you did too. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit what he'd done, so if I may say something about on that point, isn't that it's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madame? Oh well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madame. An unhealthy level of obsession, one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? She's just making stuff up too. My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again. Are you off your nuts? How many times do I have to tell you? Those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine. This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. Oh, but it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade. Yeah, my lord. That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience on behalf of any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I do see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon. If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at some... You gotta change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born again, Miss Lestrade, ever gracing our courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windebank, proprietor of a pawnbroker business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. That is all. Court is adjourned. They have this long follow-up at the end. On a personal note, I must admit you've surprised me, my far eastern friend. Ah, oh. Despite being a Japanese person, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, you saw through the grime of the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again, here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Japanese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask. And one day, in the next game, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Alright, then I'll wait for that game, which will start next week if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Japanese fellow, until we meet again. It's done! It's over at last! No, I still have this dialogue to go through. It's not over, but... Where has Iris disappeared to? Ah. Congratulations, Gina, I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Yeah, but you made it so that you uncovered my perjury, and therefore... Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever as before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I never trusted no one. But that's just because I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and you trust it, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. Crying out loud, pack it in. But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ranasuke. Defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Aha, yes, it was me all along. I would have said, when finally you noticed me. But you people, with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes. Yes, it was me all along. You see... I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Oh. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Oh well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean. Because anyone who's found guilty in a trial was working on wins up dead anyway, is that it? The very point I was trying to make. And exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like I'm upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean, like God? Yeah, I'm upstairs. Knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. You won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, I'm upstairs. Make sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way to look at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like that McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Well, McGilded isn't part of the Reaper body count because he was killed by whatever his name was, Grayson. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oh, just give it a rest, alright. As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a benchmark for disguise. I was hiding in the room dressed as a bailiff, but these idiots didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was hoping to throw a party for Guinea tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be going nowhere for a while. You heard the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All of them offenses. What was it again? Break and enter in? Taking the Bogtrotter's stuff? What was in lug? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense, it's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Odo? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them not lot like me from the slums, something that makes a difference for them. It's a wonderful idea, Guinea, and I'm sure you can do it. Hey, 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 hey. What is it? Nothing. Machine Lestrade. The prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with us to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. They're not gonna do a photographic print? They always do a photographic print. Odo? Yes? Ah. What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Oh, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple, thank you. Oh. Oh yes, it's good advice, Guinea. Right, I see. Well... Thanks. Oh no. Thank you for everything, what you've done, for believing in me. Not at all, in fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Well, there she goes. I wonder if we'll ever see her again. Well, well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot, I bought a paper outside. It's special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. Oh, but anyway, Would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people are answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailing out of Dover has been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But she didn't want that. There won't be a train, surely. We wouldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. I'd rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of rail transport directors' foibles. What? I merely make my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria. It's the ocean liner. But the three I know of that sunk are the Lusitania, the Titanic, and the Britannic. Anyway. Relatively, that's not a very large fraction of them. That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Over there, look. Looks like she's reading something.
Hold it!
Miss Susato, wait, what are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that the sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you are about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? No, it wasn't. It was the wrong color. Nope, it wasn't. Oh dear. I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You? Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please, don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take it the cat flapple mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? and then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Winterbank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... Mr. Sholmes. Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right. After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think. That door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. At that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. So you used the cat flappo-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop. By one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was the first importance that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimonies to secure his freedom. I made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because of the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Winterbank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. Your word that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But when then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which a peephole would have be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellows, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. Ah. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of the responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's. Miss Susato, the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. Oh. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydson is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that peephole as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the peephole inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play in my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph of work to work that out. I am full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. Oh, it wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said that the majority of the sounds of the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we were talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. A. S-O-G-I. Asogi! Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait. Iris, what'd you just say? Oh, I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi, the name of my best friend. What? How'd you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was played on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. But whenever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. It's a romanization. Oh. It's something that recurred to me. Oh, well, they're gonna do a thing that gets lost in translation. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. So it's... Oh. So it's hiragana and kanji. Okay. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. So you're just saying it's Japanese Morse code. That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Iroha Pangram, isn't it? You mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message is asogi? Or, yeah, asogi. Yes, I think so, sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Usato, do you know it? Do you know my Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I am quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madame, that you focus your efforts on the English version? But be that as it may, Iris, show the message, please. Of course. What can this possibly mean? Whatever is that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes? It's made the colors drain from Susato-san's face. There is no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Azuma Asogi. Why? Why is his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T Guregu-san, which is probably katakana. It's a katakana variation of Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing on the secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Susato? It's you? It's just so strange, so unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? John H. Wilson. You mean Daddy? Kazuma, Wilson, Inspector Gregson, Shin. It only says J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then, after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message. Or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yumai University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange, somehow. In solving the case of Mr. Windibank's murder today, I feel I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Oh, we will! Yes, we will. Dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish you all the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. You gotta be back for the next game. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris, I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. Promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. No, you met at a trial. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with the Susato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about. That I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. Well, he was supposed to do something. Kazuma wanted to do something in Britain, and we don't know what that was, but it hasn't happened yet. So.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least. Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line. All the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything, and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Miss Susato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly. Any word you like? Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Then I really must say...
Objection!
That's it.